the reason we're here today is because we're all excited about what we're building with the future of Ethereum. We're building products that are created for hundreds of thousands, millions, and hopefully one day billions of people. I think that's really, really the end goal. And today we're going to have an incredible set of speakers and panelists that talk to us about how to get to that vision. So without further ado, I'd like to welcome the mastermind for today, Shannon Wells from Blackbeard, with whom this would never have been possible. So thank you.
It never would have been possible without all of the friends who make this happen. Thank you, Danny, Meta Web Ventures. Thank you to Meredith, our head of marketing at Blackbeard. Thank you, Google. Thank you, Disco. Thank you, Lens. Thank you, Zora. Thank you, C Club. Fuel, I already said that. Decentralized. We've got so many folks who made this happen in the graph. This is a community effort. Really excited to have you all here. I'm going to say a quick word about live here and why we're super excited to keep convening conversations around the future of Web3 applications and how we can make Web3 a better web experience for all. Video is the predominant experience on the web. It's about 80% of bandwidth on the internet. And that has some really important implications for users. First of all, it's incredibly expensive to put that video on the web. Second of all, we already know users don't own their video content when they watch it. So with Live Here, we first of all decentralize the compute that's needed to put video on the web. We decentralize transcoding, making it 10 times cheaper to put video on the web. That's hugely disruptive. YouTube had to sell to Google because it couldn't cover its infrastructure cost for video. Twitch still runs at a loss because it can't cover its video infrastructure bills. Patreon creators got a really bad deal earlier this year because they were locked into Vimeo, who changed their business strategy that they were no longer going to support bandwidth for independent creators. So this stuff matters. And when you put Live Here alongside other Web3 primitives, including NFTs, this is where the future of application development around video and media experience can happen. We're going to have a really exciting design jam workshop over lunch with our CTO and co-founder Eric Tang and Johnny from Disco, talking about content in Web3 and data standards around interoperability, verifiable video, verifiable credentials, all that stuff. Doug, our CEO and co-founder, is going to be giving a session on building a breakout Web3 social application. Stay tuned for that. Our panelists, thank you for being patient as we got started. We're a little bit late. So thrilled to have a stellar panel kick off for us, and hopefully we can fix this buzzing on the microphones. Yay! David Hoffman from Bankless is going to moderate this panel. David, thank you so much for being here. Disco, Evin, McMullen, CEO and co-founder, thank you for being here. And Stani from Lens, founder of Lens, shaking things up. Founder of Huawei, shaking things up. Guys, welcome up. Thank you.
Working cool. All right, who wants to talk about how EIP 4844 is going to lower transaction fees so that we can scale Ethereum to the world?
Yeah. I mean, yes, but David, I feel like there's something more fun for us to discuss here today.
Who wants to talk about EIP 1337 and account abstraction and how it's going to make wallet UX better so we can all use Ethereum?
There's some hands.
It's all wrong answers. The answer to what we're going to need to drive a bull market, again, it's going to be the same answer as to why we had a bull market in 2021. And that was culture. No one gives a shit about all the things that we give a shit about in this room. We're a bunch of nerds. And so we care about certain things that are not going to scale. What ended up happening in 2021 was that Ethereum and the crypto world figured out that culture is actually the thing that drives mainstream adoption. And so while there's going to be a bunch of technical stuff that we're going to talk about at DEF CON, the developers convention, if we're actually going to scale this thing out, we need to emphasize the cultural aspects that Ethereum drives in this world. And I think this is why DEF CON is actually so cool. It's because it's a developers convention, it's a tech conference, but we're here in Columbia, experiencing the Colombian culture and seeing how Web3 can help the world. And it's not just a tech conference, it's also a cultural conference. And so with that rant out of the way, I want to ask about what we're doing here with Lens and what we're doing here with Disco, and what we also need to do in Web3 to actually have this stuff be cared about by all the non-nerds in the world. And so, Evin, after I shut up, what thoughts come to mind about all that for you?
Great setup, David. Thank you so much. So first of all, I want to thank LivePeer for hosting today. Thank you guys all so much for taking time out of your morning to come hang with us and talk about vibes and fun and culture. So the first thing that occurs to me is thinking about all of the ways that we find delight with connected products in our lives outside of Web3. Whether that's using applications, whether that's going to parties that have digital tickets, whether that's spending time in game environments, watching content, engaging in all kinds of co-creation, building things together. Since the dawn of humanity, human beings have just sought vibes, trying to do cool stuff with their friends and find psychological safety and belonging and delight. And right now, that experience is challenging in Web3 because most of our Web3 and connected applications are predicated on financial interactions, public data, the ability to express yourself in a way where everyone on Earth and in space with an internet connection is going to be able to see you. And so the feeling of belonging, the sense of delight and under technology, not around people. But we are in a fortunate position right now to be able to change that.
And Stani, with what you're up to at Lens and also just what you think about with future development as a developer, as an app developer, how is Lens different from everything that's come before in the crypto space? And what's it really optimizing for beyond like DeFi yields and NFTs and stuff like that? Like, what attracts people to Lens that DeFi and NFTs hasn't brought people in before?
Yeah, I mean, so I think one of the things that Lens
Guys, can we have some help with the mics, please?
Maybe share them.
Social as well. I don't know if I can say that. Yeah, so I think with Lens Protocol and what a lot of Web3 is doing is providing ownership. So with Lens Protocol, you can actually own your social presence and your social graph, your connectivity. And the way I see it, what we have built before in the space is that we built this interesting financial infrastructure, which is kind of part of the narrative of, let's say, Bitcoin and solving peer-to-peer transactions and getting the middleman out of the equation. And that's the outcome has been like a global marketplace where anyone can participate and it's borderless, and that's decentralized finance. But like what I see more valuable is actually what David and Evin was mentioning about like the culture part. So we actually, all people have more value in social capital. So one of the things in decentralized finance that isn't necessarily working well is that you really can't use DeFi unless you have some sort of capital. But everyone, any single person in the planet has certain type of social capital, and that social capital is actually our self-expression. That's the connections that we are making online or even offline. That's normal human behavior. And when we look at traditional social media, we create a lot of social capital, but that social capital is actually stuck there in the platform, so you can actually take it with you. And the big difference is that when you are actually spending funds, or like you're interacting with finance, you might spend your funds, but in social capital you actually don't necessarily spend it. It's something you are carrying with your life always. And that's what we are trying to do with Lens Protocol. So we are trying to let the users to secure their social presence and the social graph so that no one can actually rock you out of it. And I think that's valuable because once you own that self-expression and you can publish content, then you can actually have a lot of culture and you can actually have value on that, and actually then maybe even monetize or create different ways where you can capitalize your own value. And that's pretty much what Lens is trying to achieve, and also and create new novel interest graphs, because I think getting adoption, it's not about recreating social. It's about making it as easy as possible to find new use cases, and those new use cases will bring us more towards adoption.
One of my favorite thinkers in the space is Joel Monegro, and the podcast episode we did with him was titled Governance and Capital, where we were trying to understand, why do these governance tokens have value? And his answer was basically like financial capital, like money, you know, the bar that you see in that drop-down menu on Etherscan that tallies up all of your tokens, that's financial capital, right? But then there's also governance capital, which is like the influence to change things. And then what Stani's talking about is social capital, right? And I think this is one of the pivotal moments that we saw in Ethereum in 2021, where all of a sudden, like the reason why NFTs took off was it was the first step out of pure currency and the first step into a world where it's one part asset, one part community, cloud, flexing, you know, culture, the things that we have in the normal world. And that was all, and so one part of it is an asset, but the other part of it is just like human, something very, very human. And what Stani was talking about with like gas fees and payments is like that actually, the more money that it takes to do something, the more you're pulling away from social capital or all the other expressive forms of capital. So Evin, I want to throw this one to you. What about Web3, cryptography, private keys, public keys, what can that unlock in like human expression, and what kind of other forms of capital might that be able to access or produce that aren't just like a token on a blockchain?
So at Disco, we are really excited about empowering all of you and all of your friends to use the key pairs that you already have at home to be able to take custody of that social capital. You don't need to fund a MetaMask to be able to use the keys to sign messages and receive data written about you. Whether that's you attesting to your own favorite color, receiving a proof that you were here in this room, proofs of employment, where you live, the music that you listen to, all of the data that's not fit for the chain, but still describes you, that you should own and control in a form that you can carry with you to any app or physical experience. So, you know, on the technical side, we already have the tools to be able to carry and own and share, you know, under our consent, all of these different forms of social capital. As Stani was noting earlier, right, there are so many different capabilities that we have when we are in control of the data that describes us. And right now, we are leaving little broken shards of ourselves in every different Web2 application that we use. But instead, we should logically centralize them around ourselves, because we are the multifaceted center of the party. At Disco, we think of, you know, all of you just like a disco ball. You are multifaceted. You should reflect your data and your identity to the world however you choose. And that means starting with the ability to control that data and that identity you use to express yourself.
One of the big problems of of the bull market was that Ethereum and ultimately the entire space just turned into like a rich person's game, right? Like gas fees in May of 2021 were like $400 for like a Uniswap trade, which is ridiculous. Like we were all celebrating these monkey pictures that were like $250,000, and that was like the thing that we were all celebrating in the space. That doesn't scale very well.
For us to use our existing keys from Web 2 and Web 3, things like you know, email, PGP, plus Bitcoin, Ethereum, Solana, sort of every blockchain you can think of, to control private data written about us in the form of signed credentials. So attestations, statements made by one party about another or about itself. So if we have the ability to self-custody verifiable, encrypted information that describes us, describes every facet of our being that we would like to collect and express, that means, one, we don't really have to fill out forms anymore, because when we show up to the front door of an app, we can decide how much information about ourselves we want to disclose. We can have a very personalized experience from the get-go without having to fork over a whole bunch of information to the ownership of that app. But perhaps, you know, more socially, we can discover other So at Disco, we like to say that we are the purveyors of fine data backpacks. Your wallet is for all of the public financial data that you have, you know, in your tokens, and your data backpack is for all of the rest of the data that describes you, that's useful for you to bring into physical spaces in Web 2 apps and in Web 3 apps. So, you know, David, I guess to address your question, how can off-chain data more helpfully allow us to find fun and culture? The off-chain data is the container for culture. that will that allows us to be individuals, that allows us to change and evolve and have identities that are not fixed and public and permanent. So we can complement our on-chain expression, our on-chain identity, with a much more rich and personalized picture of ourselves, and we can put, our control in the center of all of that.
Yeah, one of the other big narratives in this space that goes against crypto is like, oh, we're financializing everything, but if we take the token out of it, then we're not. So that's kind of cool. And also, Evin, part of your answer was a little bit of curation. And I was talking with the Live Peer team just before coming up here, and about like, hey, if we hosted like bankless videos with Live Peer, we could like get out of the shackles of YouTube. The problem with that is that the YouTube algorithm is such an incredible, important point of our business because it is our onboarding funnel. It's our top of the funnel, and it's just the network effects of YouTube that really keep us locked into that platform. So it's great that we could use Live Peer and put it on the bankless website, but it doesn't do anything for finding new people. And so this brings us to the problem of curation. So if we have like this Live Peer, which is great video infrastructure, how do we also build out systems of curation that allow for discoverability of things that people like? Where do you think about this in the world of Lens and just overall in the like non-financial use of Web3?
Yeah, that's actually a good point because like it's very hard to compete against like traditional social media companies, and I previously said that the idea of Lens is to empower something that creates a decentralized Twitter, but for me that was more of a like shit posting and a meme. I really believe that's like Twitter, YouTube. They have, like as David said, they have very very strong network effects, and because it's not decentralized, so users aren't owning actually their own social graphs and their profiles. You can't actually make a digital exit out of one platform and go to another where there's a better algorithm, or the platform is aligned more with your values, like for example the tech behind Live Peer. And that's the thing. But what I think about is, when you make the threshold very low to actually build new applications and build new algorithms, you see new things happening. And then you see new use cases in interest graphs being built. And I think TikTok is a beautiful example of actually how they didn't really rely on the social graph itself, but the algorithm. So they created an algorithm that actually tries to figure out what you are interested at the moment, at that point. And based on that, actually could create a very big network effect for the creators itself, but also for the users to keep them on the platform. And just very recently, they have been actually starting to work on their social graph part because of the completion of Be Real. So I would say that when you have very low barrier to enter and create these algorithms, and because the users aren't really locked into one particular platform or an algorithm, you start to see movements between the users from one algorithm to another and from one platform to another. But actually, like, the real catalyst is a use case or even an algorithm that basically is way more exciting that we have seen before, regardless whether it's Web 2, Web 3, and like, user behavior doesn't look at the tech, it looks at actually like what you are doing, what your friends are doing. And that could drive actually that movement. And because the users have the choice to choose, you don't need to be locked in a YouTube algorithm. And some of these algos are very good, but they also have, I would say, kind of like objectives. So, if you think about TikTok, for them it's important to make as much as revenue as possible because end of the day it's a platform, and end of the day it's a company behind it. There's a shareholders and a board. But algorithms that are open, accessible, and transparent, they might have different kind of objectives, and finding you, discovering content that might be more relevant to you, or align more to your values. So our goal is to just get that threshold very low for developers to build, and also users to move from one application to another, wherever they find exciting things happening. And that's adoption when you actually don't need to, when you're finding new things and we're creating new interest graphs.
Evin, algorithms need data. How can you help?
I'm so glad you asked, David. So, in order to let an algorithm know what it is that you're looking for, to Stani's point, what are you interested in this moment, we need data that can change and evolve like we do. I'm sure, you know, if we were to reflect back on our MySpace profiles from 2008, they might no longer be an accurate depiction of who we are as people. And so if we have independently verifiable data that we can continuously add to, but we can also take away from, that's one of the nice things about verifiable credentials, they can be revoked, set to expire, you can remove them, sort of a little bit more flexible than some on-chain expression. When we combine our on-chain data with the off-chain data that, you know, describes what we've been up to, what we're interested in right now, then we have a pretty complete picture of who we are and what vibes we are looking for. And so from a Disco perspective, if you ping the Disco API, pull someone's public identifier, and they have consented to share parts of themselves, then an application or smart contract can execute logic accordingly. I'm personally very excited about exploring Disco and Lens together so that we can bring both on and off-chain expression, both your public and immutable actions, as well as all the other activities that you do that aren't necessarily encapsulated on screen right now. We refer to this as data exhaust at Disco, so all of the data that you're throwing off going through your adventures across Web 2 and Web 3 in physical space, but doesn't necessarily get captured in a form that's usable to you. And so I simply think that passing signed data via API can feed our applications in a way that is consensual, in a way that is mutually enthusiastic.
So these Web 2 companies run on data, right? Like that is their currency, more or less. It's like the data that we put into it implies where our attention goes, and that's how they monetize these things. They only capture data that's useful for them, and that kind of locks in the internet into whatever data is useful for them is what the internet becomes, and which is a very narrow scope of data. It's things that really just help them monetize their platform. So when we compare Web3 data and much more granular data because of how cheap it is with public-private keys to produce things that might be useful or not, what kind of data expression is unlocked that the Web 2 companies are not allowing us to produce? What kind of new kinds of data might be unlocked by something like Disco?
So I'm really excited about the era of apps doing some data dating in Web 3. So inside of an application, as you noted, David, that application is going to generate data relevant to its own operations. But in Web 3, with our key pairs, we are able to take custody of that data we're creating inside of the app. And then we're able to carry it with us to another application that can rely on that data. So what this means is that apps can rely upon the data that, that separate apps create. Third-party applications can rely on data that comes from other apps physically carried to their doorstep by the user that it's written about. And so what this means is that applications can enjoy network effects of shared data when the user is at the center. So some types of data that we're really excited about right now at Disco include credentials of membership in good standing to DAOs, so a little bit more flexible, not necessarily public by default, revocable or can be set to expire, so more flexible than residency, your proofs of preferred language, light mode or dark mode for apps, can all provide a remarkable level of personalization.
Going back to Stani, Elon Musk.
You having to suffer through a whole bunch of drop-down menus. So discoverability and portability will be great benefits for our application ecosystem as well as the end users that enjoy it.
Really quickly before I throw this one back to Stani, Elon Musk's line that stuck with me is that every single user input is an error. How does Disco eliminate user inputs?
So by capturing the data that you create as a function of your actions, you are able to create a pretty complete picture of what you've been up to as opposed to what you are volitionally entering. So if you were to self-describe, or if you were to write down a bunch of traits about yourself, they might be more aspirational, they might not be super accurate, whereas if you have a documentation of all the things that you've been up to, that is going to provide a much more holistic picture of who you are. For one more quick Elon hit, he likes to say that those who control the electrons control the world, but I think we are now in a position where we can describe those electrons as data.
I'd love an internet that would just automatically respond to my interests as I navigate it, so I don't have to keep on doing the same things on every single web app that I join.
We think at Disco you should never fill out a form again, and that is why our definition of the metaverse is your ability to show up in any digital or physical environment and receive a personalized experience as a result of the parts of yourself that you choose to share.
Stani, Disco becomes wildly successful. It's put every single bit of useful data into a credential inside of app and it's serving to Lens as an API or any other Web3 app. How does this make Lens or any other Web3 social media app the best social media app of all time? What can you do with all that?
Actually, quite a lot, because I think that's, data in general and also like identity. There's kind of like misconceptions about identity that you, like passport is your identity, or let's say social profile, or some sort of other identification. But actually, like your identity is all these different data points, and it can be on-chain and off-chain. And that equals to the identity you have and describes who you are and what you are going to do. And I think in terms of like if we are able to get different kinds of data points into the Lens protocol, it really helps to curate algorithms and understand what is interesting for you. But also it allows you to choose what you want to broadcast as data on chain as well. So one of the things I think about is that on-chain data is kind of like the same thing as you're wearing your, let's say, outfit or a T-shirt which describes something that you like. I don't know. There's a Guns N' Roses concert here in Bogota at the moment. So if you see someone with a Guns N' Roses T-shirt, probably they like that band, right? And that's like public identity that you have. But inside, you might keep a lot of things that you don't want to get into the public, and that's something that you want to also prove. So I think there's a lot of value with GIDs, what you can do, and off-chain data, and also available in your Web3 footprint. And that way, basically, get more data points. But why this is important is because if you look back now, like a couple of years, we create a lot of Web3 data at the moment, and we all have Web3 footprint, right? So who's here? Who has an NFT? Like, oh, yeah, pretty much everyone.
That was everyone. Nerds.
Who voted on governance? Okay, that's a lot. And anyone got drug pulled ever? Okay, there are a few people out there. So you have, these are like public data points from you. But one thing is interesting is that we keep continuing rewarding people within our community based on what you did on chain, which is interesting, right? But it creates a bit of inequality for people who are coming into the space and they don't have any data. They don't have that Web3 social footprint. And that's where things like what Disco is doing could be very beneficial, but also things like zero-knowledge proofs, where you can actually take that off-chain data and prove different things and get it proved on-chain. So there's sort of things, a lot of interesting tech available, and as I said that as well, that these tools are available. It's more about like getting into it and thinking what you could actually build and actually building some cool stuff.
So I opened up this panel shitting on nerds, and then we ended up talking a lot about data and verifiable credentials and a bunch of nerd stuff. So I kind of want to go back to the very beginning as we close this thing out. If all Ethereum does is improve Web 2 and fix finance, that's good. I'm not going to complain about that. But also, I'm here to also fix the rest of the world and just improve. Like, there's one part where we can fix broken stuff, but also there's the other half where we can improve everything else. And so as we close out this opening ceremony, this opening talk, I want to go back to the culture and emphasize the culture, and that means the real world, where we all meet in real life. And so, Evin, can you talk about how everything we've talked about here on stage today can help improve cultural expression, individuality, our relationships with pop stars? Can you talk about how we can fix improve cultural expression, individuality, our relationships with pop stars? Can you talk about how we can fix and have better relationships with like Miley Cyrus, or choose your favorite band? How does verifiable credentials and all of this data improve cultural expression in like downtown Manhattan, not on Facebook?
Okay, Alpha League, David Hoffman is a Miley Cyrus stan.
I'm not.
So
Taylor Swift though. Yeah.
So I think, Stani mentioned earlier the importance of social capital and the liquidity of that capital, the utility of it. Right now, we do not have a great way to prove that we are the same person who shows up at a Miley Cyrus show, who buys her merch online, who pre-saves her songs on Spotify, follows her on Twitter, subscribes to her email newsletter, shares her content with friends. For each of those different profiles, we are a different person. Some of them might be linked together in various different ways, but there is no way to logically carry all those experiences with you so that when you show up at her show, you can prove that you are in the top 1% of listeners, you own every t-shirt, you have been to every concert in this city, and you have pre-saved every song the day that it was available. But Miley, of course, would love to know all of those things so that she can provide you with a better experience. And other superfans would love to be able to find other people who engage in the same kinds of activities. But right now, we lack the information and the ability to discover one another to make these experiences possible. I like to say that the entire experience of Ethereum happens between your chair and your keyboard. And so that means that the interfaces we use to interact with define our understanding of the underlying protocol. And if those interfaces are not built in a way that has trust cues that we can understand, that makes us feel comfortable and safe interacting with it, and empowered when we're using that data to find new experiences, then we're gonna have a bad time. And we're gonna continue hanging out at the protocol layer, which is a wonderful place, but it is not big enough, or rather is not welcoming enough for all of the millions of people who we have the opportunity to bring into this ecosystem. And so I think if we want to enjoy fun in the metaverse, we need to coordinate around more data than just the money that we have. Your money is, I think, in some ways the least interesting thing about you. And so if we want to bring a more delightful and inclusive and equitable future to the fore, whether that's for Miley Cyrus stands or for people who are not part of the traditional financial system in developing countries, then we need a way to capture more of our self-expression than just our financial power, and that means off-chain verifiable data, that means the ability to bring that data to smart contracts and execute logic on-chain, and that means interfaces that were built for human beings, not just for machines.
Thank you everyone for tuning into this, and if you walk away with anything from this panel, is that if you are explaining to your friends and family why they should get into crypto and that the incentive for that is number go up, you're going to delay the bull market by 10 days. But if you can accurately explain to them how crypto is going to enable better culture, you actually bring the bull market forward. So there we go.
Hello everyone, I am Meredith, Head of Marketing at LivePair. I'll be your MC for the rest of the morning. And I am happy to welcome up our next panel, which is if you're not on the Web3 stack, are you a Web3 app? So our moderator is Maggie Love from Web3 Cloud. We have John Adler, CTO of Fuel Labs, Nader Dabit from Lens Protocol, and Ava Balin from the Graph Foundation.
Hey! Day 2 of DEF CON. I still have my voice. Do you guys still have your voices? Not after Robbie tonight. Okay. Let's get started talking about Web3 infrastructure and the Web3 stack. Something I really like about working at this early stage of Web3 is we're actually talking about the infrastructure and the stack and what matters and all that, along with the application layer, and kind of not ignoring it and just building. So before we get started, why don't we do a quick round of introductions and tell us about what you all do.
Thank you, Maggie. Hey everyone, my name's John. I do protocol research and specification at Fuel Labs, building the Fuel protocol, which means I mostly help people fix broken CI workflows. On occasion, I approve some PRs.
Hi everyone, my name is Eva, Director of the Graph Foundation of the Graph. Most of what I do is help grow the ecosystem, grants, coordinate core devs, and a lot of strategy.
I'm Nader Dabit. I'm the founder of Developer DAO, and I work in developer relations with Abe and Lynn's protocol, and I focus, most of my career has been on developer education.
Thank you, and my name is Maggie Love, and I'm co-founder and director of ecosystem and partnerships for Web3 Cloud, and we build the compute and storage infrastructure for Web3 protocols. So we're here to talk about Web3 infrastructure today. So what is something that developers, software applications should be thinking about when they're building a Web3 application when it comes to infrastructure?
I guess what qualifies as infrastructure? Is it anything that is outside of, after you deploy your contract, will that qualify as infrastructure?
That's a great question. I think like how deep in the stack is infrastructure, or how high in the stack is infrastructure?
Sure. I guess I would personally say that anything that is outside of, or after I deploy the contract, would qualify as infrastructure in some way or another. Right? There's things like RPC or data providers, right? But there's also things like how do I ensure that my contract is even audited or verified or whatever. So I think one thing that may be important, I mean, these guys are probably also going to talk about other important things, but one thing that I particularly think is important is the auditability and the transparency around contract source verification, right? And also being able to do things like run contracts locally and being able to verify information. A lot of things that happen in the Ethereum space rely on zero clients and other clients that don't really have any security around the actual results of things, and also centralized verification of source code through Etherscan, which is obviously a very great service, but I think we could be doing much better on the front of enabling more decentralization on the front of users being able to verify themselves that contracts are what they say they are, and the results of some transaction execution are in fact what centralized service providers or distributed service providers say they are.
Yeah, I think it's a good question of what is infrastructure, because in crypto one could consider economic infrastructure, not just the actual stack. So thinking even about the hacks that happened yesterday, a lot of them were not actual problems. It was maybe a lack of decentralization, lack of liquidity, all these other economic inefficiencies. More generally, I would agree that we at the Graph believe that every part of the stack needs to be decentralized. And at the moment, that might seem sort of overkill, but we've seen Tornado Cash. We've even heard people like Danny Ryan yesterday talk about resilience and how if they're not coming after us now, they will. And so really being considerate about where are those central points of failure in your stack today, and what is the path to decentralize further, because we know most protocols are not quite finished yet, but being quite honest about that, will make sure that your app is sustainable long term.
Yeah, so one of the things that I worked with actually with Eva at the Graph was we had one or two people that were focused on understanding the different pieces of the Web3 tech stack and all the different, I would say, components that you would need to build out the types of applications that people want to build. And I think that what we learned was that there's almost like a spectrum of decentralization, because even the most decentralized networks and protocols out there often have a point of centralization somewhere, but everyone's kind of wanting to move to being decentralized. So you kind of have more of like a progressive decentralization where you start off and then you kind of move more and more in that direction. And from the perspective of a developer, most of all the things that are out there, but then they start diving in and they start understanding, okay, I need storage, I need an API, I need a smart contract, and therefore you do have like all of these different protocols that are trying to fill these needs. Some of them, by nature, are more decentralized. So a blockchain is obviously decentralized, but if you wanted to build out something like compute or maybe an API, those things are a lot more challenging to build. So to me, I would just say any service or any, maybe service that you need in order to build out a blockchain or maybe a decentralized application could be considered a Web3 piece of the Web3 stack.
Thank you. Eva brought up a really good point that, at the graph, they believe all parts of the stack should be decentralized. And then also we're talking about here that in the beginning, to achieve scale, it can be hard to start off totally decentralized. Eva, and if others have an opinion as well, how do you incentivize decentralization at those different layers?
That's a great question. I would say first and foremost, there has to be a degree of altruism, and maybe that is something we can assume given that we're all here. It is very early
do it online with NFTs on Web3. We are trying to bring this experience fully on-chain, which is super challenging, but we're making big strides at it. We've been very, very lucky to have been accelerated by Tachyon. I want to give him a big shout out. Gabe Anderson and the whole team there, Sean Shang, who's around here too, the people at Protocol Labs. They have believed in us, which is really important for Latin American companies. If you go through any program, accelerating companies, you will see a lot of American companies, European, Indian companies, Asian companies, but Latin America is underrepresented there as well. So we're building something from Latin America, for Latin America, and then the rest of the world. I want to invite you warmly to come join us and transform the future of gaming, because it's not just a football simulation management game that we're building. We're building an amazing community of people who's getting educated on finance, on crypto, on Web3, on NFT, on empowerment, on ownership, and all of these through gaming, through a very nurturing community that keeps on growing every day. We're almost 2,200 on Discord right now, almost 5,000 and change on Twitter. And I don't know, like last night we had a very revealing experience on Discord. Somebody was thinking about ending their life, unfortunately, and the first place that they reached out for help was our Discord server. Fortunately, our head of community is also a psychologist. She was able to, diffuse the situation, and it's a very enriching opportunity for us to connect with people all over the continent and realize how much we need this connection as well, through something that somebody and everybody loves here in the continent, which is football, soccer, as they call it in many other places of the world. It's amazing for us to create a product that is able to give birth to a community of people that do not want to shit on each other, that do not want to insult each other in Discord, but instead help each other grow. We're super proud about our super users, which is amazing as well. People have been playing our game for a little bit over 8 months now, since we started building in public. And we have super users that are able to play over 13,000 matches since then. So you can see, this is a 3-minute match that you're playing, no real economic incentive yet. And people play upwards of 3 hours per day when they're a super user. That's amazing. We have just crossed the barrier of the 100,000 games simulated, which is another big milestone. And finally, just to wrap it up, our stats are, hockey sticking all the time. It's amazing to see people engaging more, giving us more suggestions. And for them, it's also really comforting to know that we are not working just out of a roadmap and a white paper and a bunch of promises. They see a team of people whom they can reach over Telegram, Discord, WhatsApp, or even phone number, because they have our phone numbers in the community, and they see us delivering week after week, because we have weekly update schedules for the app and for everything that we do. So they see a reality. No rug pulls, just good vibes, and a great app with great technology built around the thing that we love the most, which is football and gaming. So I invite you all to come join us, ifir.football, just like in my shirt. Please come and strike a conversation with me if you want to. I'll be glad to talk about this or anything else during this event. Thank you so much. It's been an honor. I'll see you soon.
Hey there guys, my name is Doris and I'm co-founder of DP. I don't know if you guys have ever thought or get paranoid by losing your private keys. That's the thing that is one of the issues in Web3 is that if you lose your private keys, you basically lose access to your assets. And that's what we're trying to solve. We are enterprise-ready APIs to manage private keys. In essence, what we did is instead of relying on a centralized solution like AWS or any KMS solution, we actually mix multiple layers of encryption using ZK to be able to regenerate your private keys and you'll be able to retrieve them, right? So our thesis was we are in a decentralized ecosystem, yet we have a single point of failure, which is your private keys. So what we do is like we shard your keys, use CK, and then rebuild it, and you'll be able to retrieve it. So we're creating APIs so other companies are able to use this and be able to retrieve and have always access to your assets. So thank you very much. You can follow us on DPXYZ at Twitter, and you can follow what we're doing, dp.xyz. Thank you very much.
Hello, hello. Okay. Hey, everyone. Okay, so my name's Tim from 101. We're a Web3 powered learning platform. We work with over 200 Web3 orgs, issued 250,000 credentials so far, to 150,000 unique users. But I'm getting ahead of myself. What we recognized when we started our company was that we are like woefully unprepared for what we are about to experience as a species, which is just like this straight 90-degree progression of technology. I mean, we're here talking about crypto, but 99% of the world has no idea what that even is, most basically. Not to mention like AI and biotech and all this crazy stuff. And so we recognize that our existing top-down education system is failing us, and we think that the future of education is distributed. It's decentralized. It's community-based, specifically. And so what we're doing at 101 is we're building tools to build learning communities. And the way that it works is you come to us, you create courses, so educational experiences that issue on-chain credentials. Now, number one, that's just inherently useful because it is an interoperable credential that is by default public and kind of like open to the entire Web3 ecosystem. So it's exactly what you'd hope for in a credential. That's meant to be a proxy for your knowledge. So we're making sure that we're giving that tool to independent or smaller educators that want to have access to reputation. But number two, we're helping those people build learning communities. And I think that's like the core of why we're all here and why, what Web3 apps on the consumer side like really provide is the ability to build communities. When that community is represented on chain, you can add utility from the entire ecosystem of Web3 to that community. And so that's the main purpose that 101 exists, is to allow everyone, big companies, small independent individuals, whatever size node it may be, to build their own learning community with on-chain credentials and our learning tools. So that's kind of the gist of how everything works. For us, quick update on our progress. We are now transitioning into a white label solution, which is, I guess this is alpha for you guys. So we're going to allow other people to have their own dedicated domains and their own brand and everything, as well as custom blocks for Markdown, long-form video, API calls, live code editing. So kind of being the Substack of Web3 educational tooling. So if that sounds interesting to you, I'm Tim. Me and my co-founder are running around here during DevCon. But yeah, thanks.
Great, thank you. And next up we have Cami Ramos, who is head of DevRel at Fuel Labs. She'll be talking about international developer communities and the new drive for innovation. Okay, quick change in agenda. We're going to flip it a little bit. Next up is going to be Shannon Wells moderating with Diego Fernandez. And this is about what is the role of government in scaling Web3 adoption.
Thank you. Maybe, oh yay, wow, someone magically changed the slides. Hello. I'm good, how are you?
We have slides, huh?
We have slides. Hi, good to see you. This is being recorded for posterity. Maybe we can get Spanish subtitles afterwards.
You think?
I'm super excited for this conversation. Diego, thank you so much for being here. We had a chance to talk about this yesterday. Our paths are polar but converging. So I started my career in government and now I'm in tech in Web3. You started your career in tech, and now you find yourself in Web3. We're going to talk about the role of government in Web3. I'm wondering if you could let the audience know how you got to Web3 and your journey to doing what you're doing at the City of Buenos Aires.
Well, I got into Web3, I would say it was 2017 or 18, and I was mostly interested in the financial aspect of cryptocurrencies, Bitcoin, Ethereum, blah, blah. And as I had a lot of experience in tech, I started up and run tech companies for almost 15 years. I got to understand and to study the technology underlying cryptocurrencies, and I really blew my mind. Possibilities that this brings are incredible. So as I have a role in government, I started sort of envisioning what aspects of Web3 could apply to make better governments, to make better communities, and I got really involved into that.
You're pretty modest about what you've been doing in Argentina and in Buenos Aires, and I know that you're deeply committed to public good. Maybe if you could just tell the audience a little bit about your role in government in Argentina, what mandates you've had, and kind of what's led you to the mandate you have now.
Well, I'm the Secretary of Innovation of the City of Buenos Aires. For those who don't know, Buenos Aires is the capital of Argentina. It's a 3 million cities that live every day there, but a kind of 7 million people city, because we have nearly 4 million people that come every day to work at the city. And last year, I would say it would be August or September, I made a call to the crypto community in Argentina, which is rather large. We have several different projects there and several different entrepreneurs. And I requested, or I proposed, hey, why don't we start building a self-sovereign ID system? Why? Because I am convinced that being able, the great advantage that crypto proposes, or the blockchain proposes, is being able of transmitting digital trust, which was something that we were not able of doing as a society before. And if we are able of using Web3 technologies in order to ensure trust on a digital basis, the leapfrog that the development of society could take is amazing. And I was really very lucky because the crypto community in Argentina got really involved with that. And today we have a new protocol, which is Quark ID, which I am presenting this Friday in the DevCon. And we're starting to roll out the MVP in November, and we started to onboard Buenos Aires citizens in January. So we are really excited about that. And as a sort of ecosystem of partners got developed on top of the Quark ID, as we speak, Quark ID is being implemented in Gibraltar, Nueva León, Mexico. We're having conversations with several people in Colombia, and we're also implemented it, not we, but our partners are implementing Quark ID in several different locations in Argentina. So we're really excited about it.
Cool. And yeah, everyone should go check out Diego's talk on the digital identity platform on Friday. A lot of us here are not from Latin America. We're not from Colombia. We're certainly not from Argentina. What is happening here and in Argentina that is creating kind of the conditions for acceptance and legitimacy publicly around this technology?
Well, it's a two-side story. I mean, it has one side which is beautiful, which is Argentina and Buenos Aires has this strong and thriving entrepreneur community. We have one of the biggest unicorns per population ratio in the world. And Argentina is full of entrepreneurs, is full of talent, and that is amazing. The sad part of the story is that what I think that was a great thing that promoted crypto adoption is the awful economic situation in our country. To be honest, the government is doing whatever it can to promote crypto adoption. Why? Because we have a 100% plus year inflation. We have strict capital controls. I mean, we cannot sell or buy dollars or any other currency because the government forfeits that. And we have a subsidized electricity. So, I mean, I think that if any government would say, how do we promote crypto adoption? Wait, that's the best way of doing it. People go into crypto because they have no other alternative in the form of financial system. The nice part of this terrible thing, because our country is suffering, poverty is going up, and I mean, we're going for a really hard time, which I am convinced that we will get through it. The nice part is that the crypto adoption is one of the highest in the world, and the crypto project development is thriving.
Amazing. Governments aren't known for being really innovative.
Kind of an oxymoron, being Secretary of Innovation of the government.
Yeah, I mean, talk to us about that. Like, why? Like, what coming in as a tech entrepreneur yourself into government? What are kind of some of the bureaucratic institutions, systems, processes that for you in terms of advancing Web3 digital adoption you really have to tackle?
Well, I got involved into government 10 years ago to help a friend. He called me to be his chief of staff of a big institution, which is the Ministry of Education. My initial proposal was, you know what, I'm going to stay with you for 2 years, and then I'm going back. And I got so excited about learning new things, because honestly, managing and being a leader in the public sector, you need to develop a completely new set of skills. And I always kind of play with the idea that honestly, government works a lot like a DAO. And why is that? Because I have a chief, which is the chief of government of the Buenos Aires city, and it's not enough for me to convince him of doing something. If I don't convince, most of my colleagues, my project's going to fail for sure, because I need their support in order to succeed. And that is something that for people that are not involved in government, that is not so well known. But I spend a lot of time sort of gathering support and convincing people of the things we're doing, at least sort of avoiding confrontation. And in my humble perspective, in order to succeed in doing whatever, innovation, of course, in government, you need to spend quite a lot of time in convincing people, or sort of doing an elevator pitch to a lot of people. Say, hey, you know what? This thing that I'm promoting, this thing that I'm doing is good because da. And that is a very important thing, and I really enjoy it.
So it's kind of ironic that a lot of governments who are advancing public good have been looking to private blockchains for solutions around digital identity. Can you talk about, the city's kind of analysis around that? Just thoughts on, why should governments, take on the risk of, still not totally proven public blockchains as opposed to private blockchain technology?
To be completely honest, I don't get why anybody would use a private permission blockchain. If I'm going to do a private permission blockchain, let's put a big server or I don't know, whatever thing in the cloud. The idea of permissionless blockchains is precisely that we can have a common hub of trust, and we can build an ecosystem, solutions, and several different things on top of that platform of trust. Why would anyone build a private blockchain? Why don't we build private intranets? We had that. It was called intranets, and they failed. So honestly, for me, private blockchains are the intranets of the 90s. So it makes no sense. We need to use, and we need to be on top of public blockchains. As a government, as an institution, as a big company, whatever thing you are, you need to rely on public blockchains because security is better. They get better decentralization. And the most important part of it is that the community is there. You are there. Everybody that's at DEPCON is there. And that is what creates value. That creates and unleashes a value that we can not even think about it. And that's the whole idea that we're pursuing.
Do you have allies? Are there other governments that are willing to take on the risk of public blockchains?
Oh yeah. To be honest, private blockchaining is kind of a trend today in governments. I'm fighting as hard as I can to going against that trend, and I have the support of a lot of members in the Ethereum community, which kind of share the same vision. I think that I mean, under the hood, many government officials and many of the guys responsible of this, developing these private blockchains have already seen that that is a dead end. I don't know, I think that we have these kind of things, sort of the two of them being alive, but at the end of the day, I think that public blockchains, Ethereum, and whichever layers two will definitely succeed.
So without getting too much into the weeds on the digital identity platform, because I do want people to go see your talk at DevCon on Friday, governance obviously comes up as a question for how, if the government is going to adopt a public blockchain, how, and you know, citizens are going to need to be involved in that. What are some of the governance challenges you're thinking about in terms of maintaining accountability and transparency for how that technology is used for something so critical, which is people's identity?
Well, I don't want to spoil my Friday's talk, but what we developed, I mean, what we contribute to develop is a protocol which is called Quark ID, and I invite you all to go and visit the site quarkid.org with, as I mentioned, a whole set of partners from the private system in Argentina and around the world. That protocol acts as a layer free. So that protocol has several different characteristics. The first one being is there's no private data on chain. All of the data is stored in your physical device, in your mobile phone or whatever. Every wallet, we have today 3 wallets that are being developed. One is the Quark ID protocol wallet, and the other one is from OSCD, and the other one is from Xcapit, the 2 crypto wallets. Every wallet needs to be non-custodial. We don't want to have these kind of workarounds of storing passwords or whatever. And the protocol is multi-chain. So anyone implementing the protocol may choose in which blockchain do they anchor the security of the protocol. Today it's anchored in Ethereum, it's anchored in Polygon, it's anchored in Starknet, and it's anchored in RSK, which is an EVM compatible blockchain that uses Bitcoin as a security layer. But I mean, you can anchor the protocol in whichever blockchain do you wish to use. And the most important thing is that the protocol itself, I mean, we don't get involved in the governance of the blockchains that we use. We as a city decided to use Starknet, which is a roll-up, a CK roll-up in the Ethereum world. We decided to use Starknet as our first security layer. We will have for sure at least two, because we cannot risk the blockchain as a failure. And as I mentioned, you can use whichever blockchain you wish, and the governance of the protocol, although it's defined in the white paper, we have a first proposal there, we will turn the protocol into a DAO, and that will happen in the next, I would say, 24 to 36 months. Today, we are kind of making decisions on top of the protocol with this set of partners and cities that have adopted the protocol in this first place.
That's so fascinating that a government is living the dream of what we're all trying to live here in Web3, which is, you know, decentralizing out to the community. It's really incredible that, you know, you're driving this. You know, you've found a use case for communities, individuals really taking charge of what's good for them, defining public good outside of a government context. What are some of the challenges, or even just strategies you're thinking about in terms of like DAOifying, you know, a municipal government?
Well, this is kind of a while. The cities will govern themselves in the next 20 years. I think that I have 3 daughters, 19, 17, and 15 years old. Imagining that my daughters, when they become my age, will govern their communities in the same way that we have been governing our communities for the last 200 years, for me it makes no sense. Why? Because we have today the technology in order to make people being able of participating and getting involved in decisions. I mean, today we elect officials that create laws in the name of us for the next, let's say, 4 years, 6 years, whatever. And today we're able of getting involved in the decision makings of a community. I don't know how that change will occur, but I know that communities neighborhoods, cities, eventually countries will change in the next 20 to 30 years the way that we make our community decisions. It makes no sense that we elect a group of people that make every decision for us. That will change. I don't know how, I don't know when, but it will change for sure in my humble perspective.
Yeah, I think there's so much we can learn from you, that we as a Web3 space can learn from you, and there's so much opportunity for collaboration. It is mind-boggling when you stop and think about how we've done representative democracy, as you say, that we've elected one person to make decisions across every vertical area of our public lives, and how can we think about, breaking that up. How can the Web3 community help you? What's your experience been getting involved in the Web3 space? What do you think are opportunities for us to collaborate?
I'd like to make a small explanation of what you just said. I do think that, let's say, for example, a city major is kind of a city CEO. He needs to decide when the police does something, the hospital ambulance is getting the city cleaned, and you need someone doing that job on a CEO style. What I do think is that making laws, making the rules by which we live, which definitely are not something that we need to decide in the next 30 seconds, that will get the communities involved in a completely different manner. I'm going to say something kind of controversial regarding the Web3 space, which is, and I was speaking yesterday with the EF about this, which is, I consider myself part of the Web3 space because I am into the technology, I studied it, and I am developing a project regarding Web3. But I think that we need to open our doors. I think that we need to invite people who are not from the Web3 space into the Web3 space. And I love the DevCon we did, and we collaborated in doing FLATAM just 2 months ago. But the problem then, a lot of friends of mine that work in companies and have decision-making roles in their lives say, hey, you know what, Diego, we really don't understand when you guys are speaking. The words you use, the terms you quote, the sentences that you put out are completely incomprehensible. And I think that a challenge that we have in order to go, someone before us was speaking, we have nearly 300 million users out of almost 8 billion people living in the world. And if we want to go to 4 billion people, those 4 billion people won't be developers. And maybe they won't even know what a blockchain does, or maybe they do know it conceptually, but not in detail. And I think that we need to start making, events, gatherings, chats or whatever, in order to promote and get the technology out of this niche that we are living today.
That's a call for action for us. How can we help you with the digital identity strategy?
Well, I think that I don't think that the digital identity strategy is something for Buenos Aires. I think that we are building, or we're collaborating in building a public good. So it's open source, it's out and open for everyone and anyone who can use it, who will use it, who can contribute to it. And I really think that once humans have a digital identity of their own, in which they can hold credentials and show them whenever they wish, regardless of the government or the company or whatever credential issuer gives out the credential, I think we would be much more empowered. And my call would be, hey, let's do these kind of things. Let's unite people which are in a decision-making role in order to say, hey, you know what? This is the way to go. You need to lose control to gain possibilities.
I love it. Well, let's go back to Buenos Aires and invite the public.
Let's, please.
Diego, thank you so much. Grateful for you being here and sharing what's happening in your country with us.
I love it. Sean, thank you so much for inviting me.
Thanks. Okay, next up we have Cami Ramos from Fuel Labs, who will be speaking with us about developer communities internationally and innovations that are coming. This will be our last talk ahead of lunch. Cami, I know you're here somewhere. All right. How's it going, everyone? Thanks for being here. I know the hallway track is always a little bit more exciting. I'm going to be having my slides here because there's no screen. So if you see me looking down, I'm looking at the feedback from this. Anyways, while we're here, how many people are from Latin America? Okay, 1, 2, 3. Cool. How many people flew in from the United States? Okay, about half. How many people flew in from Europe? About half. Okay, half Europe, half US, like 3 Latin America. Great. So this is a perfect talk. So all you European and US-based teams who are trying to figure out how to build international developer communities and kind of what the impact of that could look like, you're in the right place. So I'm just going to wait for them to load up the slider-roonies, and then we'll get started. Maybe I can do some stand-up while I wait. Just kidding. Meanwhile, I'm going to get my cuter outfit on. I realize I have this hoodie on and this fanny pack. Worst case scenario, we can do it without slides, I think. Okay, yeah. Can you just go back 1 slide, please? Okay, that looks fine. Are we good? Okay, yeah, just let me know when to start. No rush. Just want to make sure I'm not holding you up. This is like, what's the word? Exposure therapy. Like for people who are shy, you just got to sit on stage and be quiet and look at the crowd. So I'm just going to do that. I'm going to like sit in it, work on my, sitting up here in front of a crowd with no words. Excuse me? I'm sorry, I can't hear. Okay, there we go. Okay, even if it doesn't work, I'll just be very, okay. Perfect, okay, so building international communities. I'm Camila Ramos, I'm the head of developer relations at Fuel Labs, where we're building Fuel, and I'll kind of talk a little bit more about what that means in a second, but really Fuel is not the focus. The focus here is gonna be for developer teams and teams building developer tooling and even consumer-facing things. what is the value proposition of building international developer communities. And we're going to do a very long journey where at the very end we're going to get to this, but we have a lot of bases to cover to understand the why. And really the why is like 90% of this presentation, and then the how is just like the last 2 slides where I can give you some tips on what exactly it means to be able to implement this and build this international developer community. So next slide, please, if it works. But if not, you guys saw it earlier. It's this graph where the x-axis is the type of problem. On the left, it's a small problem. On the right, it's a big problem. And the y-axis is how many people this problem affects. So just try to imagine this. And at the top, it's very few people, and on the bottom, it's many people. So you, as someone building a tool, someone building something consumer-facing, the quadrant that you want to be in is you want to solve a big problem for a lot of people. And unfortunately, ¿pueden pasar el slide una vez, por favor? Yeah, great. Unfortunately, where we are right now in crypto and in Web3 is we're in that quadrant. We're solving this very small problem for very few people. And a great example of this is, si pasan otra vez, if you guys turn the slide one more time, it's basically like a bunch of memes about crypto where it's like to the moon and Dogecoin and like NFTs and crypto dick butts. So we all reside right now in that like small corner where we're solving. Uno más, por favor. How about this? How about I do you one better? Okay, it's not as good, but look, it's like the monkey, the Discord, I'm getting 1,000,000%, yeah, APY, like Elon Musk. We're in the bad corner right now, and like I think right now as an industry, we're trying to figure out how do we get to the other corner, right? Like how do we get to solve a big problem for many people? This is a lot harder than I anticipated without Okay, yeah, perfecto. Okay, uno más. Okay, so how do we get here? How do we get to be in that quadrant where we're solving a big problem for many people? This thing has been around, this little x-axis, y-axis has been around for a long time. I learned it during my time doing product marketing at Sony, and it was kind of one of the first things that helped me frame, like, when we're building a product, how exactly should we think about it? So how do we get from this, like, lower quadrant where we're solving a small problem to this other quadrant where we're solving a big problem for many people? And really, how do we innovate to get to that point? Because right now, a lot of teams are working on a lot of dope stuff, and I deeply respect all of these teams, but as an industry, we're all trying to figure out, like, what problems can we actually solve, and what kind of new use cases can we unlock with crypto that weren't possible before? And basically in this talk, I'm going to make the case for why we need to shift our attention and our capital to other parts of the world besides Europe and the United States. And it's great that we're here in Colombia, and by a show of hands, there's really not that many Latinos here, so the onus is on us as, the global West, the people controlling the power, the people controlling the money, the people controlling the kind of like thought leadership for how to implement this so that we can get to that phase. Okay, the next slide, please. Perfect, so what does this look like? Improved UX, and we'll talk about all these points. Improved UX, scalability, and international communities building, solving for like hyper-local problems, and more importantly, more secure applications. I'm just gonna not look at that anymore. Okay, let's just talk. Just ignore the slides. So improved UX, like the Lens team's doing a good job, Biconomy's doing a good job, Mirror's doing a good job, Geo's doing a good job, where they're doing a bunch of cool things like gasless transactions. They're batching transaction signing so that users don't have to sign for every little thing. If you guys have ever used Mirror, you go through that process where it'll ask you, remember me, so that you don't have to sign every single action that you do. So there's a lot of teams moving in this direction, and specifically, I want to highlight the stuff that we're working on over at Fuel Labs. Dos más, por favor. 2 more slides. Specifically highlight the stuff that we're doing at Fuel Labs around improved UX, which is native meta transactions, which basically makes it so that someone else can sign a transaction for you, and you could transfer an ERC 721 to a friend without ever having to sign gas, something that's not possible on Ethereum that will be possible on Fuel. Account abstraction, another thing that Fuel has and that I'm like really excited about, and what that means is that it unlocks that coins can be locked behind user-defined spending conditions, but what that enables is that you can use any wallet. You can use an Ethereum wallet, you can use a Solana wallet, and if you guys missed it yesterday, John, the CTO of Fuel, gave a really cool talk on this, and he's going to publish the slides shortly after, so you guys can kind of go more in depth on that technical stuff. The other improved UX that we're working on at Fuel Labs is support for multiple native assets. So in Ethereum right now, the only token you can like send with a call is ETH. And in Fuel, you'll be able to send any token. All tokens are first-class citizens. They all get the same treatment in that you can send coins with any transaction. Oh, perfect. And dos más, por favor. Okay, now let's talk about increased security.
When you're dealing with a population like Latin America who are very price sensitive because the average monthly income is around $500 a month, we can't do things, otro, creo que dos más. We can't have like the level of security that we have now. We can't tell people like, trust this system, put your money into it, like put a big part of your money into it, whether it be $10. Like if a transaction is $10, that's still too much, because if you look at $500 as your income, that's still way too big of a portion to just one, spend on gas. And then if we're talking about using DeFi applications or really any application where there's money at stake, we absolutely will not be able to convert this like region if there's not a higher level of security on their money. ¿Me lo puedes pasar dos más, por favor? And what we're working on at Fuel, otro? Yeah, otro. Okay, más? Más? Y uno más. Okay, what we're working on at Fuel is we have this smart contract language called Sway, which is based on Rust, and has a lot of cool things, and it leverages a lot of the type security that comes from Rust. And one of the cool things about writing your own programming language and having a DSL, like something specific for blockchain, is that when you write the compiler, you can make your own rules, and you can say, we want to optimize for certain things because we're dealing with a blockchain environment, an adversarial environment. One of the things that comes with that, yes, is that the Sway compiler will call out when you as a developer have a reentrancy vulnerability. So it'll tell you, it won't even let you ship this. When you try to build this, it'll say, hey, on line, I don't know, 317, you have this vulnerability that you need to address. El próximo, por favor. Another thing is that the Sway compiler forces us to handle all variants. And basically what this means is, like, if you're not handling a case, if there's a case that's unhandled, i.e. maybe like, I don't know, in the case that's false, you never actually handle the flow for what happens for a user when something returns false, it won't let you build this either. It'll say, hey, you need to handle all possible cases. La próxima, por favor. And these two things together, plus the next one I'm going to talk about, which is namespace storage access. So if you've written Solidity, you've probably accidentally touched storage a time where you either didn't mean to, or you didn't understand the kind of unintended consequences that come with accessing storage. Yes, so in Sway, si me lo pasas una vez más, por favor? In Sway, on the next slide, you'll kind of see a screenshot of the code of what this looks like, but you as a developer have to annotate every function and define what kind of access this function has to storage. That way, when you as a developer, not only you who wrote it, but other developers who are either using your library or just looking at your application, very clearly understand the access that this function has. And so it's kind of like, how can we avoid unintended consequences of accidentally accessing storage? And then kind of the security that comes with that very explicit stating of what kind of access it has. Yes, so if you see the little, it might be hard to see, but the kind of ampersand and then the square brackets storage, ooh, nice. That is the annotation that comes to define what kind of access a function has to storage. So if you see the maybe like fourth or fifth line says API counter, the line after that says storage, read, write. So we're defining you have access to read and write storage from this function, right? There could be other functions where you don't want the developer or the user to access storage, where they're maybe just doing a read, and then you would denote that in this part too. Perfect, and now on to the next point, scalability. So right now, right, we'll get to this later, but right now, like, we're nowhere near the scale that we need to capture this 666 million in Latin America, like nowhere near. And the thing that I'm going to talk about in a bit is basically like they have problems that we don't have in the West that can actually be solved and unlocked with crypto, and they just don't have, like, we just don't have the scale to support them at this rate. So we need to figure out how can we, how can we scale to this level without sacrificing decentralization? And that's one of the things that we're also working on at Fuel. And kind of what does this mean? Like, what does it mean to not sacrifice decentralization? There's other chains out there, maybe like Solana, that have very high throughput, but they're not necessarily scalable. Now, what does this mean? It means that for scalability, users have to be able to validate the chain themselves. They have to be able to run a full node on consumer hardware at home without having to buy a supercomputer. And when you kind of make that trade-off to say, I want higher throughput, but you take that away, then you kind of end up with the systems that we have now, and it kind of loses the ethos. And not only the ethos from kind of an ideological perspective, but if you're dealing with money, users need to have control over their money and their applications. And the only way to do that is to have the ability to opt in to run a full node if you want to. I had these really cool slides that basically showed kind of the throughput right now in Web 2 and kind of the load that we're able to handle. So I'll just read it out to you. Visas transactions per second is anywhere from 1,700 to 24,000, so they can handle up to 24,000 transactions per second. NASDAQ does 10 million trades per day, so if you do the math on that, like a bunch of transactions per second. And on Ethereum, on Ethereum right now, you can do anywhere from 15 to 30 transactions, and the max ever recorded was 116 transactions per second on Ethereum. So nowhere near the scalability that we need. Uno más, por favor. So now on to kind of like where we were going with this, right? So the case for Latin America. I'm going to talk about why I think Latin America specifically is a really good place for teams to be right now. And if they can capture this market, they're going to see a lot of usage and upside to the things that they're building in a way that you wouldn't really be able to see in North America and Europe, simply because we don't have the problems that need to be solved. Like, we have it pretty well relatively compared to everywhere else. And so let's talk about it. Uno más, por favor. So why exactly Latin America? Okay, Latin America is a really ripe case, I think, because they already exhibit behaviors that make them more keen to exploring crypto. And what are those behaviors? Mobile-first digital payments. Everywhere in Latin America runs on mobile. If you have maybe interacted with any Colombians here, everyone's using WhatsApp, everyone's using digital payments. No, rarely any people really are not using digital-first, mobile-first infrastructure in Latin America. There's high adoption of neobank applications. A lot of people are already operating outside of the kind of lanes of traditional bank financial systems. A lot of people use PayPal, Mercado Pay, PSE, PixPay. And I don't know if I see him, but there's a developer here from Brazil who kind of put me onto PixPay and the whole story about that, and I'll kind of cover that later. And then the other thing that really makes it ripe is kind of just the growing political and socioeconomic instability and the kind of rails and support that you can get from crypto in terms of safety and infrastructure for your money, because as we've seen in the last few months, when something goes awry in different countries, they can just freeze the banks, you're not allowed to pull your money out, and chaos ensues. So for people like this specifically, they're very sensitive to things like that, right? There's already distrust because of like a long, 100+ year long history of socioeconomic instability. El próximo, por favor. So the next one, it just kind of shows some stats of the adoption of online neobank and non-bank applications. Yeah, so basically it's a lot of words to say. More than 90% of people in Latin America are already using neobank. Basically, they're already operating outside of the traditional financial world, and to me that signals that they're comfortable, more comfortable potentially than other regions with adapting to crypto. And actually, people in Latin America are transacting in crypto at higher rates than other parts of the world. And at the end, I'm going to link a resource where you can kind of read all of these reports and see all the sources cited, so you can kind of see the graphs and the data yourself. El próximo, por favor. Great, so this graph kind of just asks, there's this survey by Rapid that interviewed a bunch of people in Argentina, Colombia, Mexico, and Venezuela, I believe, or maybe somewhere else. And basically the question that they're asking is, what kind of non-bank payment apps do you use? And the #1 answer in Argentina was Mercado Pago. And we're going to talk about what that means and why that is such a good signal for crypto and how it can really take off here in the next slide. En la próxima, por favor. So Mercado Pago and Mercado Libre. So Mercado Libre was an online like marketplace app where you could like buy furniture, buy clothes, buy literally anything, TVs, and it's widely used, and it started a decade ago here in Colombia. And the platform was doing so good that they were like, hey, fuck using other people's payment service, we should just use our own, because they were facing certain restrictions, right? Like, they could build something that was custom and that worked better for them, so they created this thing called Mercado Pago, which is like the payment system that they used, right? 10 years ago, it was created just to handle payments on this platform because they wanted to optimize for certain things that are specific to their platform. Now, a decade later, they've expanded to be a complete financial service. They offer like banks, they offer, let me just read it so I don't misquote. Financial services from payment processing and gateway services to mobile payments and credit cards. So they've completely like blown up from being this random like neobank thing that was just platform specific, like I think Shopify has something similar, to now being one of the largest payment infrastructures in Latin America and in Colombia specifically. Another example of kind of like community solving for hyperlocal problems and then seeing this crazy growth that for us as a crypto community is what we need to look to is PixPay in Brazil. So PixPay is the dominant mobile payment service in Brazil, and it handles like millions of dollars per day in transaction volume, and it's kind of like the preferred method for payments in Brazil. Every day people are sending between each other, like for kind of like peer-to-peer stuff, but I think they can also use that to pay peer-to-business. I'm not sure, Victor is in here, but long story short, this also started as like, hey, what's an alternative to the financial system that we have now to empower our people and solve a hyper-local problem? That then became the #1 used thing in that country. Okay, and then, so now back to, like, that was a long way to kind of arrive to this point to say, like, how do we build international developer communities, and really what's the reason, what's the why? The why is, like, other places have problems, like I said, that we don't, and if we can empower developers to leverage the tools that we've built, to leverage the platforms that we've built to solve hyper-local problems, they can be the next PixPay, they can be the next Mercado Pago, but on crypto. And like I said, we kind of linked to different points of why they're kind of ripe for this type of environment, right? Like neobank, digital first, everyone has a cell phone. Not very many people, like not as many people have a laptop. So they kind of have all of these different conditions that makes them a really good opportunity for crypto to come and say, hey, we're gonna bring you the tools, we're gonna bring you the platforms, and then we're gonna build a developer community that knows the problems of the area, that understands the needs of the people, that understands the limitations of the technology that we're bringing, right? Because tech isn't like a one-size-fits-all, a layer 2, whatever you're building, it's not gonna work for everyone. So instead of us trying to build things for everyone and being like, oh, we're gonna build the next Mercado Pago as like Americans, really the better approach is to go build a developer community there. And how do you do that? El próximo, por favor. How do you do that? Translate developer docs to other languages. Where we have a bunch of barriers up right now where it's like everything is in English and we kind of just expect the world to like revolve around us. And I mean, and it's been fine up until this point, but really how much adoption have we gotten in Latin America from the developer side? Not very much compared to the US and Europe. Another way, grants programs specific to the regions. So if you set up ambassador programs and a pool of money specifically for this region and you say, we want to support you building hyper local solutions, obviously that's a great way combined with kind of developer docs translated in that language for developers to come and take advantage of this opportunity. Another way, basically what I said earlier is like, don't try to be the person that builds everything for everyone because we don't understand the problems of the region. Even me as someone Colombian born, I've lived in the United States for a long time. I don't understand the problems here enough to try to build something like that. Instead, you should go and create connections, go create these ambassador programs, go connect with people who are already working on these problems. And kind of the final thing is like, there's people who have been working on these problems for decades. And kind of one of the critiques that I hear about crypto that I agree with is we're like, oh, we're gonna solve everything. We're gonna solve homelessness. We're gonna solve the housing market. We're gonna solve like inflation. And there's teams who've been working on this literally for decades and decades and decades. And really what we should be doing is partnering with them and just giving them the tools to work on the stuff that they've been studying and working on for many years, long before we were here. El próximo, por favor. And the last slide is just a thank you slide where I link this post that I wrote called The Dead End of Eurocentric Crypto, where you can see all of my sources cited for kind of all of the stats I gave and also read more long form about this specific topic. Y la próxima. And you can find me, and I would love to chat more about this on Twitter or in real life. My handle is Cammy in this thing. You can follow Fuel, the project, at FuelLabs_. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Cammy. So next up is lunch. So we do have a lunch and learn that's optional if you want to participate, with Eric, CTO and co-founder of LivePeer, and Johnny Howe, co-founder and CTO of Disco. And we will resume back here at 1:30. Thank you.
5, 5, 5. Hola, hola, check, check. Ok, listo, queda. Listo, ahí quedó. 5, ahí queda. Bájale un poquitico, córtale los agudos un poquito. A los agudos al 5. Y bájale un poquito el volumen. Ok. Ok. Voy con el otro. Frank. El 4. 4, 4, 4. Hola, check, 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 check. Ok, dale más ganancia. Check, 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 check. Ok. Muteas mute para el 1, canal 1, mutealos. El 1, mutealos. Perdón, el 3, mutealo, donde dice abajo mute. ¿Qué? No, ya listo. Ok, listo, ahí queda. No, ya ahora sí queda. Este está por el 4, ¿sí? 4. 4, hola, hola. ¿Es el 4? Ok, y el otro es el 5, hola, hola. Yes, ok. Hola. Tengo acá un poquito de... Córtale un poquito a los agudos, bájale a los agudos, por favor. Hola, hola, hola. Check, 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 mejora. Check, check, check. Check, 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 check. Hola, check, 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 check. Hola, sí, hola, check. Hola, sí. Dale un poquito de bajo. Check, 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 check. Hola, hola, check, 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 check. Hola, listo, ok. Y el otro que era este, el 4. Pero se bajó, ¿sí? ¿Sí ves? Este que tengo acá, el 4. Ok, check, 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 dale brillos. Check, 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 check. Check, 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 el 4. Check, 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 check. Sí, está bajito. Espérate. Check, check. No, sigue igual. ¿Cierto? Está arriba la ganancia, ¿cuánto está? Hola, check, check, check. ¿La ganancia? Hola, hola. Check, 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 check. Hola, hola. Check, check. Espera, hago una cosa acá, a ver si nos funciona. Hola, hola, check, check, check. El 4. Check, 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 check. Ganancia, ganancia. Check, 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 check. Toda, toda, toda. Uy, no. Entonces, no, bájala a las 12. Queda a las 12. Cuatro. Hola, ¿está abierto a dónde? A las 12, a la todo. Uy, no. Ah, ok, no, pero o sea, debería sonar más duro. Ok, listo. Ábreme todos los medios, los medios. Hola, hola, sí, hola, check, check, hola, hola. Listo. Pero mira, ya comenzó la distorsión, entonces tienes que recortarlo por allá hasta la 1 en la ganancia. Y en los medios, sí, ábreme más los medios, ya en el ecualizador. Check, 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 check. Hola, hola, hola. Check, 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 check. Check, check, check. Suena mejor. Ok. Pero ya sé, es por el tema de los micrófonos inalámbricos. Es un pequeño whiz que tiene. Pues, si tú quieres, te podemos. No, de cable. Fabián, hay cuatro, hay dos más de cable. ¿Dos de estos más? ¿O solo eso? No, 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 yo no encontré más. Voy a mirar. Check, 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 check.
what's in your wallet is the most boring thing about you. So the financial applications of crypto, they're here, it's been done. We're really all asking, what's next? So today I have three of the disruptors, creators, and innovators in the space who are really going to talk to us about what we can expect to see in the space and maybe what some of those extraordinary future use cases might be. So just to get started, maybe if each one of you can introduce yourself and tell us a little bit about your project and how that relates specifically to Web3. Ben, maybe you want to get us started.
Hey everyone, my name is Ben. Before this company, I founded a company called Live on Air. We did live streaming on Twitter called Breakout. After that, we did House Party, which was a video chat. But then we reached 150 million users. Fortunately, it was not on anymore, so that became popular. And now we're working on Breakout Air, which is the company we're working on protocol called Stani. The idea is to allow communities to own the town square, and it communities like ownership, collaboration, privacy, certification, and putting on blockchain. Hi everyone, my name is Evin. I'm one of the co-founders of Stani. And interestingly, we started by saying that the financial aspect is very boring. So I guess we're going to introduce the two crypto, Bitcoin and DeFi. It's the first one that's the DeFi project. But did not see myself making the jump to full-time Web3 until this project, which is basically a community platform that lets artists drop stems as NFTs. So stems are pieces of the song. And then we basically incentivize other artists as NFTs. So stems are pieces of the song. And then we basically incentivize other artists in our community to make music with the stems. And the remixes that are approved by the community or some artists become NFTs also. So there's attribution of revenue and NFT revenue at the stem level. And then also integrated with Next protocol, trying to make a social experience overall. So definitely bullish on Web3 social.
Hello everyone, my name is Julien Justou. I'm the CEO and founder of One Protocol. I came to crypto actually many different times, and every time dismissed it until I stayed, which really bore, I guess. But more importantly, I came to crypto because I'm coming from the open web world. I was actually part of the WWDC, which is the World Wide Web Consortium, the organism that writes the protocols for the web, so pre-crypto, PC. And I was actually part even of the social working group, social web working group, which was a working group at WWDC that aimed at building decentralized networking between pre-crypto. And really one thing that I've come to realize over the years is that we can never decentralize social until we change how money works on the web. Most of the content that we consume, most of the information that we use on a daily basis are actually all monetized using attention, ads, using how much time we're spending there. And these incentives are incredibly centralizing. It's so much easier if you have $1 billion to give it to Mark Zuckerberg than to give it to a big and small sites. And so one thing that excites me about crypto and about Web3 social is the fact that we finally have money specifically as a core primitive of the tech stack, how we're going to build these social protocols.
So earlier this year, there was a really interesting Bankless podcast in which Vitalik really stated that Ethereum was not quite ready for mass adoption until the scaling component was resolved, especially
that works to here are things people want to use, things people want to do, some reason that convinces someone to open their computer or their phone and like give you some of their attention. So can we maybe talk a little bit, Ben, about how what you're building is really unique and it is really building on things that like couldn't exist before blockchain.
I think that one of the interesting gaps, I think, right now is that you have all these communities that are worth, you know, tens, hundreds, sometimes more than that, millions of dollars, and they can cryptographically prove that they own every piece of their existence on the internet, but the layer in which they are coordinating is basically they rent it from the landlord Discord. And they know that there's a lot of pitches of like Web3 Discord, but I would challenge that, really pushing forward, what does it mean, the ownership of a town square? What does it mean where you can actually take entitlements like read and write, put that on change, is an access, is a way that we as human in society allow other people to pay for access, and people go and they donate money and they contribute to their community, but they also get a seat at the table. Yeah, they donate money and they contribute to their community, but they also get a seat at the table. Yeah, and I agree with what you said earlier about Web3 social. I think that the first wave was